Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome. All right. How is everyone doing this fine day? It is beautiful out. Had a nice little walk this morning. Enjoying the maybe springtime. Uh, yeah. Yesterday was pretty nice. Bit windy, but the day before we had sideways blizzard. So we'll see how long this nice weather lasts. But yeah, welcome to the art stream. So I'm gonna just jump right into it. I think today we're working on. Well, I have kind of two options, but I think one of them I want to get done before the other, at least. Um, and it's a little bit complicated in terms of detail, I suppose. So we'll see how that goes today. Um, but I have a trap skin that I'm working on, and a new mouse. Um, and the trap skin will be coming out before the new mouse, so I think I will try and wrap that up. And honestly, we'll see how it goes. It might end up coming together pretty quick. Um, and maybe we'll shift gears onto kind of like looking at the new mouse. But yeah, I think let's just get into that. Hello, hello. Thank you. All right. Gonna switch. Also, yeah, how's my audio level? Always have issues with that, it would seem. So, yeah, thank you. Just wanted to drop by and mention that the art for the eggs look pretty stylish this time. For example, the swag of the arcane master egg. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I've talked about this before when I've worked on eggs around spring egg hunt. But as the art team, one of our favorite things to work on is actually the eggs. I don't really understand why, aside from it's like a weird constriction of kind of like uh, what we have to work with. We got to make it kind of like an egg shaped thing, but often there's kind of like already something to work off of, to riff off of. If it's referencing a character or like a resource that's already in the game. Um, and so we kind of have these two weird limitations. It's got to kind of represent an egg silhouette ish. We kind of, just like how we create mice, we blur the line on like, yeah, that's an egg. It's got a hole through. It's like there's nothing that could possibly be inside of this thing, but it's an egg. It's an ovular kind of shape thing. Cool. Um, and then yeah, like referencing whatever it is it's kind of in relation to. Um, it's a fun challenge, and also because it's like designed to be this small thing, like and viewed in a kind of like not high res. The viewing window for it's not terribly small or anything. It's not like a stat item on a HUD. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Like just rendering those out is always fun. We always enjoy it, and we're like, we wish we were creating more eggs. But then, of course, naturally, the more eggs we add to the game, the more kind of challenge we introduce for the players, especially those absolutely like wild hunters. Still don't know how they do it, where they like literally get every single egg every year. Crazy. It's hard enough to maintain, being a egg master where you have collected every egg, but to go out and do it all takes some major planning and dedication. But yeah, anyways, thank you for the lovely comment about enjoying the egg art. We always have a lot of fun with it. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, A Swifty, that's exactly right. And this is something that like um, so the comment of limitations often lead to creativity. It's absolutely 100% true. Um, Necessity is the mother of invention, etc. It's the element of like if you have a problem, now you have something to solve, right? Um, And often, like I've mentioned that my greatest, you know, uh, boss that I take on, or like in a video game kind of idea of a boss. My greatest kind of challenge, I suppose, is that of just kind of a blank page. If I don't have any kind of guardrails and guidelines of like it's gotta fit within this kind of challenge, um, I'm at a loss, right? Like I can't think of anything. There's just it could be anything, so I don't know. So, for example, I'm an axe thrower and I customize throwing axes. And one of the things I do is I make leather sheaths for them. And I kind of like have, people commission me to make sheaths for them. And I also do artwork on them. And it's a lot of fun. However, when I make my own, I literally have not completed two of my axe sheaths that I am using because I'm just sitting there with like this blank canvas of like it could be anything, and so I just get stuck there. I'm like, I need to, I don't know, what it could be, like lightning or like a cool character or try all these techniques, whatever. But yeah, uh, limitations, they're great. If you get stuck trying to like work on a piece of artwork, or creating something like that. One thing that I've done, and it actually works great, if you're just trying to like get that creative fuel going, is literally having like a random generator kind of thing where I've done this for kind of like uh, groups where we've just kind of like sketch groups and stuff, um, where you like just write a whole bunch of prompts and like literally put them in a hat, and pull a few out, and you gotta like create some kind of you know pirate captain that's a robot that wants to play volleyball or who knows what, right? And just by kind of like giving yourself those kind of, it's gotta be these things, and the more you slap on, the more you kind of end up being able to like pull out of this. And yeah, anyways, I've found that that is absolutely awesome. Is limitations, challenge, you know, restrictions in terms of what you have to do or what you have to work within. Those definitely make you kind of like figure it out better. But speaking of which, let's figure out artwork together. Um, so now this is a piece that I have been working on, obviously. It is for the Slumbering Boulder. It's a trap skin for the King's giveaway. So what I was thinking is I wanted to kind of like create some kind of regal uh, knight, kind of heavy plate armor looking thing. So like the purple for kind of like royal, kind of like it's often associated with like royalty. That's you and then like gold trim, stuff like that. And I was just kind of you know playing around with trying to create these nice heavy armored plates type thing. Um, so I kind of I've explored it to the point where I'm like I feel like this is a good direction, but there's definitely just a lot to kind of like get done with it, I suppose we could say. I want to do some kind of a background with it, obviously, putting in just like a gray gradient, isn't awesome. Uh, and then like what do I want to do with the tail? Turn it into some kind of cool scythe. I don't know. And then obviously there's just like rendering to do. I like the idea of kind of gilding it with all this kind of like elaborate detail. I think that's quite pretty. Um, and I wouldn't mind kind of getting that all over this character or this pattern, the trap skin, whatever. Um, but I don't necessarily want to do that part of it on stream. It might be a little too tedious. But yeah, like I would like to kind of get this much further along. So there's some things like kind of getting the feet and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot to do. So let's just do it, I guess. So yeah, great question. What is your setup and drawing tools that you use for making this art? So I work on a Huon. What is it? It's an older one. It's like basically a drawing monitor where I have a digital stylus that when I use it against the monitor, it has like a pressure sensitive tip, and I literally draw on my screen. I'm using Clip Studio Paint as my drawing program. The other artists in the team, they use Photoshop. And also, a bunch of them also have Huon, like Canvas and other models. Um, yeah, I think mine is like something like Huon WX something something. It's like 21-inch screen or something like that. But it actually stands on, like, it sits on my desk and it's tilted, so I can kind of like lean over and draw directly on top of it. It's at like a 45-degree angle. Um, and yeah, I used to like pretty much only use Photoshop, um, and I kind of wanted to mess around with like animation stuff, and I discovered that Canvas, or sorry, not Canvas, Clip Studio has like pretty good animation tools. So um, tried that out, and honestly fell in love with it. So if you're looking for a drawing program, that's when I recommend. Um, but also, if you're not tied to working on a computer, and if you have an iPad, one that I definitely recommend people try out. It's not one I have experience with, but a lot of art friends of mine do, and they absolutely love it. If you have an iPad, check out Procreate. It's an extremely like streamlined, brilliantly designed, on the go artist tool that is extremely affordable. Unlike something like Photoshop, where you have like subscription licensing fees, and you know, uh, honestly, Adobe, who creates Photoshop, has just kind of gotten worse and worse over the years. They've never been amazing, um, but yeah, like I've found that anytime I need to dive into Photoshop, it gives me grief. So yeah, uh, yeah, check out Procreate, check out Clip Studio. There's also other free programs that lots of people use. I believe Krita is one, depending on what kind of stuff you want to create. Um, if you want to do more kind of like pixel art, kind of fun digital artwork, I've done a little bit of that for game jams and stuff. Sprite's cool. There's no shortage of really good art software out there. I believe GIMP is another free one, or extremely cheap. But they all do relatively the same thing. You work in kind of layers to kind of like be able to build up your work. It's more about kind of like learning how to just adapt these tools to fit your needs. Also, a lot of artists who don't have like a drawing screen where you draw directly on the screen use like a tablet, and I'm pretty sure they're still good. I haven't used one in a long time, but Monoprice was one that I know people were using, getting like a drawing kind of stylus interface where you're not looking at a screen and drawing directly on the screen, but it's like uh, a stylus with pressure sensitivity that you are looking at your screen and drawing off on the other side. And people might kind of like be like, oh, that seems like it'd be a little weird drawing in one spot and you see the cursor going elsewhere. But it actually becomes pretty intuitive very quickly, like once you kind of develop a little hand-eye coordination with it. I used to work only that way, like the drawing directly on the monitor came around, after I was already a digital artist. So um, that is where I started, and most other digital artists I know started. Um, So it's totally valid, and a few that I know still do it that way. So yeah, it's also a lot more affordable than an entire kind of fancy monitor you draw directly on, especially if you're just kind of like wanting to get, you know, started and explore this space. But yeah, there's no shortage of like great tools and uh, advice I'd be happy to share around all that stuff as well. Okay, so one thing I did was I kind of came in and just blocked in some kind of shading on the group of kind of layers that represent those parts. Um, and as I mentioned before, I'm not a fan of kind of like, you know, taking an entire batch of layers and then, you know, adapting some kind of like uh, modifying layer over top of them. Makes it a little more awkward to kind of come in and edit it, the individual parts. But this, at this point, it's not so bad for what I'm doing here because, um, well, we'll see how much it gets in the way of my process. It's not. I'm not a fan of this way of doing it, but sometimes it's more efficient. Okay, so what I want to do here is, well, what I had done was I took this leg here and I duplicated and reflected it, and that's it. You kind of get away with it a little bit, but if you really kind of look at it and consider, you know, what's happening is this leg is coming towards us, right? The joint is bent and the knee is kind of, you know, pointed, you know, at like 4 o'clock from its facing, let's say, um, maybe 3 o'clock. But so it's coming forward. It's going to our left. You know, that's the direction that leg is going in. The reflected leg on the opposite side here, this one is going, you know, it's, if it were mirrored at least anyways, it'd be going away from us, right? Or at least kind of perpendicular to us to the right. So it's one thing to kind of like mirror that, but because this is like a 3/4 angle and it's looking to our right, um, the perspective of kind of like what angle we're looking at these legs from will be different, right? We're you know, this is kind of coming towards us. This one's kind of maybe, you know, just going to the right and not at us or away from us potentially. Depends on, you know, how we want it to be tilted. But the foot is kind of maybe the most obvious part of where it's pointing. So I just want to adapt the foot a little bit to maybe kind of adjust its facing. I was also considering maybe tweaking the feet themselves anyways. I was thinking it might be cool if there was more of like a hinged boot anyways, instead of these kind of little kind of hooves that don't have a pivot point on them. If you kind of break down, okay, well, what does this look like when it's moving, and how does it kind of like interact with terrain and stuff like that? If this is like a static kind of, you know, fixed leg with no, you know, ankle tilt, that's kind of awkward. So like if it had a pivot here at this ankle, that could work, or maybe it should just come to a point. That I could see being pretty good. And I'm honestly considering that right now because I think that would look more kind of, you know, aggressive, I guess. When you have things kind of come to sharp points, they can feel a little more intimidating and impactful. And I could see something like this being, you know, like something that kind of stands on these little kind of sharp feet, since it's got a lot of them, and like even its kind of like front arms, it can kind of keep balanced by doing little tippy taps. And that might be kind of a fun contrast of like this thing looks big, heavy, and it's got these spindly little needle feet. That might be kind of cool. So I'm gonna try that out because I actually think that could look good. So going to erase this part here and try that. And they don't need to come to like a needle tip or anything like that. But yeah, actually I think that is kind of neat. We'll see if I keep it, but I think it can work. Okay. Again, do that with this one. And I'm gonna adjust this leg, I think, to kind of stay in frame instead of having it cut off. So let me grab both of these and adjust the pivot point here and do that. It's much nicer when you don't have something crop right off the edge. Um, if you're gonna do it with intention. Have it crop enough. Like have it crop a significant enough portion. But when you can avoid it, especially at least for kind of the MouseHunt design, we try to just avoid it because like when you're looking at it in different views, it's kind of awkward that like you know it's not fully in view. We have exceptions obviously to the rule. Um, Supply transformation. But yeah, it's if it's easy enough to avoid, it's worth avoiding. Okay. Get a little bit of that meat to the kind of leg there by just having that little kind of like raised bump on the side. It just kind of almost gives it like an idea of muscle there or something like that. At least that's kind of my my theory on it at the moment. Okay, and I'm gonna jump over to this one. Just clean that up a little bit. Cool. All right. And I'll probably shift this kind of shin here, if you will. Um, just tilt that a bit more. That might not be all right. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah. Oh, I like that. Yeah, the skin looks like paladin armor with a wizard slash magical theme. That's cool. I feel like if there were a kind of royal regal knightly knight guardian type character, I like the idea of it being like this heavily armored wizard. Like that's the kind of royal protector I would want. Um, so yeah, and of course this is a trap skin for the slumbering boulder. Um, so I kind of want to take the slumbering boulder and turn it into a very alert and on guard creation. Yeah. Is the tail going to be a cannon? It could be a cannon. I haven't resolved what I want the tail to be, right? So that's not a bad idea. It's kind of like coiled up like a scorpion tail, right? Um, but yeah, it could just have like uh, a mounted kind of cannon thing going between the wings. I think that's a good idea. Um, it could be some kind of like cool scythe thing. Who knows? But yeah, cannon's not a bad idea. Oh yeah, yeah. Xanther, good points. I completely agree. So uh, there are definitely elements of Photoshop and Clip Studio where one does this much better than the other. So like Photoshop has like a liquify tool, which is really quite a strong one. However, it does have its own kind of like limitations in that tool where the preview is terrible on it, I found. And it can only do like one layer at a time. And when you're, uh, you know, basically liquefy warping that layer, um, it the way you work in that interface, at least the previous versions, maybe it's better in the latest Photoshop. I haven't tried it. It was really awkward, and I found, although the tool itself was powerful, the ability to kind of like do it in context wasn't great. So I actually found um, in in Clip Studio there is a liquefy tool. Um, and I don't use it much. I'm not someone who does a lot of liquefy stuff, but there are tools that I made where you can actually like use the brush and kind of like really push and pull elements. Um, and the crazy thing about Clip Studio is you can do it to a group of layers at the same time. So you can select all these layers and like move them around, and they all get shoved around. It's awesome. Um, uh, I found that like font control much better in Photoshop. Like it's got a better text system. So when I'm doing kind of graphics layouts, I tend to go to Photoshop for that. Clip Studio you can manage. Is just the like layout tools for text just doesn't seem as easy to work in. Um, yeah, like there's a lot of examples of like this one does this better and that, etc. But yeah, you might be surprised at like some of the features that Clip Studio has that Photoshop doesn't. And yeah, like absolutely, the brush customization is just amazing. Really, really good. Okay, I'm gonna tilt this foot down as well. Um, it could be kind of maybe cool if like there's almost like this kind of hooked heel look to it. It's even more aggressive if I want to do that. A little tippy toe look to it, but not sure. I think I'm just going to keep it a simple uh, point, a cone kind of look to it. Something about that feels right for it, I think. Oh, another thing that's cool and something I should take more advantage of and do not is the time lapse ability in Clip Studio. Um, you can have it kind of record every brush stroke, and Procreate does this extremely well as well, where basically you can just play back all the work you did, whereas Photoshop you just have to run some kind of screen record software, which can add a lot of overhead to your processing. So if you're ever interested in that kind of thing, both those suites are quite awesome for that feature. It's good for kind of like, if you're sharing your artwork on social media and stuff like that, you can kind of like put together a quick little kind of like, you know, video of the artwork you create. And that's pretty sweet. Okay, so we're going to have another foot kind of plop it down somewhere, I'd imagine. Uh, but kind of what I want to do is maybe figure out the background. I feel like I need to resolve that before I want to go too much further in rendering things, just because it's going to impact the lighting. Right now, I have kind of like sampled lighting that isn't kind of, the final pass. I'm just trying to block in something that's a little more legible. So let's see. If I go color profile, and then we do our good old grayscale value check. You know, it's not necessarily very well resolved, but without these shadows, it's even worse. So if I like hide all these shadows, etc., like it all kind of gets, you know, flat kind of looking. It's not terrible, and maybe there's somewhere in between those two states that's actually better. But I think when I put in, you know, more lighting conditions, I'll be able to really figure that out. So the next thing to really solve that will be getting a background resolved. So I'm going to create a folder for the background. And turn that off for now. Turn that back on. And let's get out of grayscale view. So this is it on white, obviously. So what do I want to do for a background? Looking at the other trap skins we have, just as a kind of jump off point. I think I'll go for maybe, let's try a soft gradient. Where's my gradient tool? I'll try going maybe something like that, and then I'm going to try also throwing like a nice gold from that side, maybe. Something like that could be kind of nice. And maybe I'll tune that back. Let's try it as like a circle. Oop. That might not be bad. Now, a lot of traps, we have these kind of just like soft clouds. It used to be that like Rift stuff was really the only kind of traps and stuff that had clouds. But you know, we kind of just discovered that we enjoy kind of soft, billowy looking clouds on things. Kind of gives them a little bit of an environment, but it's a little nebulous and kind of like, you know, it could be anywhere. It kind of fills them into an environment without, you know, committing it to a specific location or anything like that. So they're kind of just fun. So I'm just going to block in something like this. Also, like Rift clouds, there is a difference between kind of like soft, kind of atmospheric, kind of haze, and Rift clouds are kind of like this heavy, physical kind of object almost, like you can stand on them. Okay. We can get like motes of dust and stuff in the atmosphere too. And just kind of put them into some kind of environment of some kind. And I like this kind of like golden light It'll really help with the kind of lighting conditions I want to create here. And yeah, so this isn't a terrible start here. Going to maybe even give a bit of shadows. And I'll come back and mess with that more. I just needed to kind of block something in to give myself a starting point for like what is the actual environment coloration look like, you know? And I quite like giving it this little kind of like light from the right. It looks gold and warm, and you know the shadows have gotten a bit cold. I think these clouds, I'm actually gonna get even warmer on the left to kind of like enhance how much the kind of like shadows feel cool in relationship to that. Great. All right. That might be a little too orange, to be honest. Okay, that seems fine. Again, this is good enough for now. Don't need it to be perfectly resolved at the moment. Just need some context for what the environment lighting conditions look like. But yeah, I definitely like this kind of like gold light kind of casting down. That's nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, so looking at this, I think we can kind of pull back from just how deep a bunch of these shadows are, which is good. You know, I wanted to kind of find a middle ground for all that. So let's take a look at this in grayscale mode. And I'm gonna, for now, use a clipping mask to do my erasing in case I want to push and pull. Clipping mask here on this layer, basically it lets me mask or kind of erase away pixels without it actually erasing those pixels. It's a different kind of layer that it interacts with the layer it's attached to and masks that layer. And it basically lets me kind of like add and remove elements of that layer non-destructively. So if I want to kind of go back and forth with it, it makes it so that I can do so without it, you know, removing all the work that I had done on that. Okay, so have a bit of cast shadow from that. This leg here, I just don't think it needs to be this dark. Especially down on the bottom, with the way the ground is in this lighting condition, it feels like that would have a lot of bounce light that it would produce. Whereas like up in the armpit, if you would, there can definitely be a lot of occluded light. So as it actually gets closer to the ground below, I can imagine the shadow is being filled in with all that bounce light, whereas uh, where it's up against the body, the light kind of bouncing around, it's harder and harder for it to kind of like reach that area and fill it in. So instead, it falls to shadow. So I'm going to bring this shoulder out a bit. Part of that is the actual rendering of that shoulder is darker. So this shadow I added on top isn't actually knocking it that far back. That's just how I built this layer. So I might grab that gold color and slap it on top instead. Now, these kind of like front arms, they're very much tucked in and kind of like poised. Um, I was considering kind of moving them around a little bit to kind of show like that arm and elbow and shoulder joint a bit more. Um, this one specifically feels like it's kind of maybe clashing into this leg. There might be issues with if I were to kind of like model this out and resolve where do these things fit together? How does this, you know, elbow kind of go back into this knee, if you will? So I feel like something in the kind of like actual anatomy of this is not accurate. It's not working. I do have a limitation, however, in terms of like where I can position this arm. Um, Depending on where I move it, if it has the cheese overlap it, that's going to do something because cheese is always overlaid above the trap. So where this is currently positioned, if the cheese were kind of like overlaid on top, that could be really awkward. At least where it is right now, it's far enough away that that's extremely unlikely to happen. We don't tend to make the cheese too big for this reason. Uh, but yeah, so depending on where this would be positioned, it would look like it should be in front of the cheese. But if the cheese were to run into it visually, then that would kind of like create a weird layered issue of kind of like, wait, that looks like it should be behind it, etc. So that's something to kind of like consider with this design. I might still try to just shift it a little bit, maybe up and forward. So this might feel a little bit more fair to kind of like where it could fit and it's not getting, you know, in the way of this knee. I might shift this leg back a bit, especially since I've kind of pulled the toes, if you will, in. That might not be a bad idea. So this one here, let's try it anyways. I'm going to shift it back. And I think maybe that gives a little more room to even see these joints, which might not be bad. So I'm okay with that. It's been a little while actually since I worked on this file, so it's kind of nice to see it with fresh eyes after the basically week away from it. So I'm thinking this is quite useful. I might move this toe forward just to make it look like it's stepping forward. Just play around with this pose, you know? So let's see if I shift this here and maybe kind of adjust a couple of bits of it, right? So this should have this kind of protector shell on that joint. Currently it does not appear to be in a correct position. So I'm going to just move some things back to where they should be. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, fine. These. Need to be positioned a little more like that. Cool. Let's try that again. Actually, I'm going to extend these. Put the pivot here and have it kind of outward like that. Okay. So that's kind of interesting there. It does have like a nice wide stance this way. And then I'm going to put another foot behind that. And that should be clear enough, I think. Yeah, I think I'm alright with this. It gives a little more ability to see some of these parts, which is good. Tilt it all a little bit. I'm just kind of imagining this thing scuttering around like a crab. Yeah, the wide stance I think makes sense for this like heavy kind of, you know, full tanky armor. I might drop this arm down actually. Try this. Nah, it's kind of more of a like boxing position with them held up. And just where the leg is and stuff like that, it's kind of maybe best if it's not too far away from that. Something like that might be alright. I just got to do a little cleanup on some of these artifacts. I could try tilting it too. Looks like it's kind of grabbing at the cheese if I do this. I would need to kind of resolve the elbow and arm a bit if I did it there. But that's kind of dynamic looking. I don't hate it. Maybe like that. Yeah. That's not bad. I'm going to throw a piece of cheese on top. So here we can see that the cheese would be like in front of this, which is good. It's just if there's a really big piece of cheese and this gets clipped, that might look weird. So maybe I should try like tilting this one up and over a bit. Also, if I shift the portion here that's like a panel coming forward, and I kind of swing it towards us, that actually kind of gives an impression that it's like rotated at us a bit more. I should also actually widen this, I think. Not that way. That way. Actually, I'm going to scale it a bit still. So it should maybe feel like it's coming towards us a little bit more. I'll maybe put that directly in the center. So it's like kind of pointed directly at us now. Um, Not sure if that's quite working yet, but when you look at these side by side, you get more of an idea that this one's tilted away from us and this one's pointed at us. So that could be good. I think scale-wise it feels a bit off though. Increase the size of that a bit. Okay, I think that'll be fine as long as I kind of like get the elements behind it knocked back so it kind of like is clearly standing in front of those parts. It's probably fine. Let's see it hang off the ceiling. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's actually almost convincing. I might move that foot down. Adjusting your kind of like perspective on things can kind of help you really see it with fresh eyes and kind of appreciate all the kind of like aspects of it. Like right now, my goal, make it look like it's hanging off of the ceiling, right? Like it's defying gravity, interesting, but like the feet look planted in terms of kind of where they are. Relative to that plane, right? Cool. Okay, so yeah, that looks grounded again. So this arm might have to do some kind of solving of that. Clearly got to clean up some sloppiness. Okay, and this part of the shoulder, but I actually feel like I'm going to have that disappear like there. That feels a little bit better. Okay, that's way too small. Maybe I'll just have that kind of fold over. And maybe it actually would be more like that. That might make sense. It's just the crest at the top of the head. I don't want that interfering too much. I can get a little atmosphere between that, or reflections, etc. Get a light bloom kind of glow, kind of knock that back. I think that'll be fine. Overall, this can kind of fall away a bit more. Same with that. Just kind of knock these shadows back a bit more than they are. Feels better already. Okay. They're like spider pincers. They attach directly to the head, not need arms. Yeah, like mandible style, right? But I do kind of have these here as mandibles. That's the idea. But yeah, it's I suppose they have kind of like army, or little kind of like and like mouth bits too. So I don't know. I kind of, the way that I see it is there's like 4 legs and 2 arms that are also effectively legs, but they're kind of more like crab style, I guess. Yeah. And it is kind of more scorpion, I suppose, with the tail and the potential pincers. Like, I could give it like actual claws and stuff, but kind of wanted to feel more like shields. Okay, so this is actually part of the torso here. Get rid of that shadow. It's a lot of layers going on here. Okay, so it's this. Potentially need to have this side of the head kind of like really stand out from this shoulder. I think this shoulder actually, I need to drop it and move it forward. So this is a nice thing that Clip Studio can do that Photoshop can't, where you can actually grab multiple layers like this and like move all of them at the same time. Like all that you've selected. Okay, so this might... Also the kind of like flipping the canvas is effectively instant, whereas Photoshop, it's actually taking the image and flipping it when you kind of like do that conversion. This, it's just the preview, and you can work inside that preview, which is what this window is. But when you save it, the image is still flipped to its regular orientation. It's not unless you actually do like an image, like full image transform, where you flip it, that it actually flips it. So it makes it like very fast to do these little kind of flips, which I love. Do them all the time. Okay, so yeah, I think this shoulder needs to kind of roll out, especially if it's kind of like dropped and extended a little bit. So moving this away is going to be useful for that. I'm going to have to add in some detail for it and get rid of that shadow there. Okay. I'm going to move the trim here up a little bit more. Let's use a smoothed brush. Just clean that up a little bit better. So I have kind of like two opaque brushes. One's just my regular accent brush, and then I have a another one with stabilization on, and that just means that when I'm drawing lines, they're smoothed. If I use my regular one, can get like really crunchy kind of edges to it. So stabilization is just like a nice little kind of smoothing thing that brushes can do. And it's handy. Okay. There's probably still a couple of things to figure out with this. It's fine. I think it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna grab another color, give it a little hint of like, oh hey, there's a curve here. And honestly, this shadow here, I do not need you yet. Yeah, better. Okay, cool. The arm joint should be basically a little bit lower. Drop that down a bit more. That would be this here. What else do I have going on? Okay, so this is the shoulder here. Gonna move that down, rotate it a bit, because I like there being a gap here. Okay. Not terrible. Now there's this weird like bowl cut vibe going on. It, like originally I was going for this kind of like crown look to the head. Have this like crown coming off of it. I'm not so convinced that's working. It looks more like a monk bowl cut hair style thing with it kind of like fraying out at the sides. So I'm going to play with that shape a bit. Pull it in maybe. Just turn this more into a knight's helmet. Just straight up. That'll be better. Get rid of some of the like deeper shadowy colors on the leg. I think I'll have like this golden pink kind of haze kind of knock that back instead of the shadow knocking it back, right? Okay, so I like that. Let's go above this layer and just see what happens if I take this background color and just do this to it, right? It's perhaps way overboard there, but this definitely does kind of like create some layering between the parts, right? There's more depth that we can kind of like immediately infer and it falls into the background a bit more. So I'll take that and I'll pull it back a bit. It's better to push it too far and then pull it back, right? Thing I always mention. And I like the top of it kind of rolling away. I feel like this light source is going to be pretty strong in the scene. So I'm going to want those surfaces rolling towards it to kind of catch that light and really play off it and get some like nice glow and bloom even where the lighting is just so strong it's kind of like glowing. Yeah, I think having this atmosphere to kind of pull the like add some depth between these is going to be useful. So I like that quick little experiment. I think I'll keep that. I'm going to give it a save. And so I don't mind where it's going. We can do something like taking all these gold accents and hitting it with some highlights to really make some things pop. We could work on the tail feature. What is it? Is it a cannon? I don't know. Play with that. We can start doing some of the embellishment kind of scroll work. Just do more kind of shading and atmosphere to kind of break it all apart. There's a lot of different kind of like directions we can go. So that was useful. I want to adjust the helmet, if you will. Figure that out. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things to still do on this. It's just kind of what's our next step? What would make the most difference and kind of, you know, be important for kind of moving forward? You know, like the background, right? That was critical to kind of like getting a good sense of like what is the light condition, right? Without that, it's hard to kind of like figure out where to go next. So for example, the background that I had before was like this dark gradient, right? And that changes it a lot. It's not terrible looking, but it definitely kind of didn't fit. So I could clip this. That cleans up the background behind it a bit. Also makes it, when I do an export without a background, it's not going to have a weird kind of hazy, you know, just cloud floating over that foot, right? So it was that. When I clip it, it does that, right? So that's better. Cool. All right. Also, I should probably make sure that this cutout of the base isn't going to be gross. Something that, because the trap is one layer and it's overlaid on top of the base and then the cheese is overlaid on top of the trap, we need to be conscious of those interactions, right? So I was mentioning how like those shield arms in front, where it might overlap with the cheese, I really need to understand what could happen there, because, you know, if it looks like it's supposed to be in front of the cheese and then the cheese overlays on top, that's going to be, you know, a weird, like Escher kind of staircase look to it, where it's like, wait, that's in front, but it looks like it should be behind. How is it floating there? And then for the base, if there's like weird kind of gaps because this is like a cutout, then you have like this weird kind of like white pixel surrounding what could be a really kind of like dark base that has high contrast, and suddenly there's just like weird artifacts. So what I prefer to do with this is have a little bit of an overlap intentionally, where like a couple pixels will definitely be covering over the base. But that means that if there's weird kind of like issues with the edge of the base, it's not going to have bright white pixel kind of gaps. It's not so bad with this lighter kind of pink background going on currently. But if it was like a dark background and a dark base, and you just have these like just a sliver of white pixels between them, that's awful. Uh, but that's kind of more kind of final output tests and make sure that everything's kind of good and clean. So cannon maybe tail weapon. What do we want to make that anyways? Should it be a cannon? Should it be like a scythe? I kind of like it being like a like physical you know weapon, not physical power type rather, but like it's a tactical trap, right? So um, less magic, less crazy technology, more kind of like wit and skill. So if it like dueled a mouse, it's tactically very good at it. I don't know, maybe good tactics is it's just got an obliterator cannon hiding back there. So maybe that would be the tactical solution actually. Um, but yeah, so what do we want? It's kind of here's something you the audience can kind of you know guide is what what's on the tail, right? I don't know yet. I like having you all get to solve a little bit of this and kind of guide creation. Um, give you a little bit of ownership over kind of like what we create here. So feel free to throw ideas my way. I'm going to take a little sip of water. Yeah, I think I'll try the cannon just because someone did mention it. It might be good. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could make it where it is the spider pincer style where it's attached to the head kind of thing. That might have less issue with feeling like they line up with the feet. Um, I would adjust how the shoulders work. It kind of has like a jumping spider vibe with it. Like if I didn't have the tail on it, for example. Um, Not cute enough to be a proper jumping spider, in my opinion, though. I'm gonna look up some reference of knight armor actually, just to kind of really get more of a helmet vibe. I think that would be useful. Because yeah, right now it's just a weird kind of helmet with a weird dome bowl cut. I don't like the bowl cut thing. I think that's the main thing. The way it flares out. Now, again, I am working off of a, it is, let's see, where are you? Right, so remembering where this is coming from, right? I need to kind of respect that. So the head here kind of doing this, you know, thing here. So the original idea of this trap is it's kind of in its slumbering state is just this boulder, right? And then it kind of like kind of pops out and becomes this fierce kind of creature that does battle. Um, this one's more obvious, less of the tactical surprise. I'm actually this crazy robot. Um, but yeah, like I want to keep the silhouette. Like I want to kind of like use that silhouette so it feels relative to the trap. Um, Now we definitely kind of like made adjustments, and that's fine. Uh, but that's kind of where that original kind of head shape came from, where it like widened out in those ways. But yeah, I don't like the head right now. I'm potentially gonna simplify and make adjustments to it. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. So cool. All right. Anemone have a feathery umbrella come out of the cannon. Hmm. What if it had googly eyes, says Karen. What if, like really disarm the kind of like threat level, I think, with googly eyes. It's probably a tactical move, right? Have this lumbering kind of like tank defender thing, and normally you'd be like, "Oh my gosh, this thing's going to wreck me." But if it's lumbering at you all adorably with googly eyes, I mean, how could that be a problem, right? Easy. It's not even looking at me. All right, so I'm going to have that up there as just kind of can pop between them to kind of refer to the original to kind of make sure that we're still on track with that. Um, yeah, I mean, googly eyes, you're right. Let's try that. Important that I always kind of like explore the suggestions of our community. So I guess these can go like up here, right? And like, why stop there? Let's make sure to get some googly eyes here. If it's like spiderish, it makes sense that it's got like 8 of these probably. And we'll make sure to get some nice part of its tactical nature is to really disarm. Yeah, exactly. It's really gonna throw off mice and be like, "Where's it coming from? Like, what's it look? You know, it's not looking at me. I can sneak right by this thing." Yeah, makes sense. Pretty good. Yeah. All right. Keep it. It's perfect. It's like those butterflies or moths with like the eyes on them. Should just like put them all over in random places. You know what? This was a missed opportunity for April Fools. We didn't end up kind of managing to really do anything, unfortunately, and I feel terrible about that because that's something I always kind of like. I'm like, we got to do something. Completely dropped the ball on that. But you know what? Next year, I'm gonna throw this in my own kind of little idea bank. Googly eyes on everything. Everything. Just everything gets googly eyes. Done. I'm sure the devs will love doing that. Golden Shield, googly eyes. Larry, googly eyes. Hunter's Horn, googly eyes. Perfect. Alrighty. So we are at 12:20. And I think we managed to really enhance it with googly eyes, honestly. It's pretty good. It's very regal with the googly eyes, right? Like the king has a sense of humor. It's the king's giveaway. He's just having some fun. Why not? Why not googly eyes? Yeah, no, I'm gonna put it in my own little kind of like idea bank. Hopefully I'll remember to like look there, but just gonna throw that in there right now. Done. Noted. Okay. Let's see. All right. So I think I'm going to tweak the helmet. I just want to find something that inspires the right ideas for this. Okay, so like there's some elements of like knight helmets where they have these kind of plates that kind of come out like off the sides. And I think with kind of like the overall design we have here, maybe that could be like a useful layer to kind of build up that kind of like width and stuff. Um, Maybe the first thing I should do is get rid of the elements that are kind of not where I want them. So the whole kind of bowl cut look, right? Also, since I dropped the shoulder, I think I'm actually going to shift. Where's the layer for this? Here it is. Okay, I think I'm going to shift this over, out and over. Honestly, I'm going to put this on the correct layer. It should be up here. Okay, so this comes back here. It's going to come out there. That goes along here. Looks like I'm probably putting it exactly where it was before. I want it to drop more. Okay, so this doesn't feel like it's right down the middle anymore. Okay, so I think that kind of shoulder shell maybe works now. I think the top of the head here. Okay, sorry, I enjoy the googly eyes, but they are slightly distracting for this part. Okay, so there's a bit of a tilt that maybe also I don't like. So if I get rid of, honestly, if I get rid of these, that already kind of feels a little more where I want it. And then I think this needs to kind of come down more. Whoop, like that. Just kind of widen out a bit. I should be using my smoothing, my smoother kind of accent brush, my opaque accent brush, if you will. Okay, so that, actually I think that really helped, just doing that. Okay, so these, think maybe that shoulder hump here, I just drop it down, right? I think it's just kind of like, I like how raised it is. It's interesting. But what happens if I just kind of lower it below the head? Like that. Better or worse? I think better. It feels a little more kind of like, it's like a compact and tight, kind of sturdy look to it. But then again, I mean, maybe if it's even higher up, that might actually be even better. Although now I kind of want it to just be this like crest coming off the back of the head if I put it there, right? Which is kind of cool. And maybe I make that the kind of like crown feeling thing. That might actually make more sense. So if I have both, in fact, so I drop this even lower to kind of like make it a nice bulked up kind of shoulder. That seems better. And then this could like open into like a crest kind of thing. The top of the head here, if I want. I think I just want to simplify this kind of like helmet more though, honestly. I feel like that's where I'm at with it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Like it does feel like it's more kind of coiled up and like powerful. I would expect it to be like if it was like raised above, it'd feel even more like I'm big muscle kind of thing. But actually, no, it just kind of feels more compact and like sturdy with it there. So I do like that. I think that's good. Um, yeah, and I think I just want to make the head work better, not super into it, I guess. And I think it's just like all these little kind of details, like these kind of almost mouse ears, if you will, are like not there yet. I suspect it'd be very easy to spend a large amount of time on this part of the image, um, and it might not be a bad idea to to be perfectly honest, because it is going to be an element where it's like this is a face, right? And you're going to be attracted to look at it. That's just how we work. So, kind of making sure to capture it in a, make it look good, kind of important. I think I might get rid of some of the noise for now. Just just to kind of like try and really resolve what the heck I'm looking at. It just feels too convoluted at the moment, and I need to figure out what it is before I kind of like let it go and do its thing. Get rid of that. I'm gonna simplify that. Honestly, would I even kind of see those curves? Like, that feels like it's, you know, behind these faceplates. Like, I might not even get those poking out at all. So let's try not having them. I think we'd get a hint of it here at the edge, perhaps, and that's it. Okay, this is the shoulder here. Yeah, I think I want a little bit of it flaring out at the edge here. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, I think it does help with it, just kind of simplify it a little bit. I think it was just getting the noise down. The mandibles, I think, should maybe kind of stand out a bit more. And then I think we can also do something with this like atmosphere kind of effect. So if we go to like the shoulder here and we add another clipped layer, take that atmosphere and just kind of like gently plop that between the head and the shoulder, a little bit anyways. Try not to overdo this. I think with like the light kind of off of the crest of the head and stuff, I can add like a nice bloom of glow, and that will be something to even further kind of like push that shoulder back. So I think that'll be okay. This kind of get rid of that. This armpit elbow thing going on here. That's just too dark. Want a little bit of color in there. Something like that's alright. But then again, you know, same idea. Let's just kind of knock that back with a bit of atmosphere. kind of separate those elements out. And it doesn't quite work so good right there necessarily. And again, this is more kind of like final detail pass where I'm really going to try and kind of like make these elements stand out in the right ways. So like this leg here, I want to push this quite a bit further. And we'll raise the contrast on that arm so that it stands out in front of the leg. And then this shoulder elbow thing, I might kind of bring that back. Kind of help separate these two layers. So this one's a little more obviously connected to the shoulder up here. And then really knock that back. And I think this shoulder, or this kind of arm shield plate thing, let's just kind of like deepen that contrast even more. That will definitely come from kind of like how I treat the gold highlights and stuff too, which I haven't really done any of that, right? So like, for example, if I did a clipping, add glow, do something like that. Can kind of like pop that gold out a bit more. Get some kind of reflection action happening. Give it a little bit of dimension, and then ultimately, on top of all that, if we kind of like take our occlusion brush, no, actually our gentle brush here, really kind of kick up the brightness of this, and then just add a bit of a kind of like bloom, and maybe use, I prefer to avoid a layer effect, to be honest, just because like when I have this as a transparent kind of export where that goes over an alpha pixel, like where there's transparency in the pixel, because it's not working with whatever pixel ends up behind it and doing a layer effect on that, it might not look good. So if I can, I'm going to use a normal layer and just hopefully make that look right. But yeah, like a bit of a glow coming off of that. Maybe this ends up getting like some orange yellow. Because of it. Actually, it should be way more saturated. Clip that. There we go. So, you know, something kind of like that idea. Where it feels like the light hitting this is really kind of like just knocking everything away. And then even kind of the foot behind, we can really play that up. Right? So That's not terrible. Just got to be careful not overdo it. It's very easy to go overboard with that kind of detailing. I just wanted to kind of whip it up, see what it looks like. I have a bit of a tangent happening with the cloud layer here and how it's like moving and aligning perfectly with the top of that shield. That's just awkward. So I just need that to not align. Just shift it down here. Prevent it from kind of looking intentional like that. There we go. It's kind of a little too much the same with, I don't know. This cloud just really wants to feel like it's creating tangents everywhere. Like I want a bit of it somewhere. Maybe up here is better. Sure. Yeah, I'll do without those. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, cool. So, yeah, effectively I'd want the same thing for the helmet portion here. So let's get this highlight action going on. Add glow. Add glow. And overlay with a bit of a bloom. Just got to be careful it's not too much. Very easy to make it too much. But looking at it like super small thumbnail, don't hate it. Also, we should look at it in grayscale. It's been a little while. So this shoulder here, I think we need to like darken the trim. Something a little closer to that. And the shoulder here as well. Kind of make those relate better. Cool. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Feel like it's a little more legible now. This plate here, I think I'll widen it, to be honest. Just gotta find it. Torso. Here you are. So if I grab these two layers and just make a selection here, I can just actually pull that out. This does feel like it, the way it interacts with the shoulder here, what would happen here? Is the shoulder in front? Yeah, the shoulder would be in front. Okay, that's fine then. I think I just need this. Catch the light. Shoulder here. Also catch the light. Sweet. Okay, give that a save. All right. So we are 10 minutes to lunch break. Ooh. And what I think is maybe we should figure out what the weapon on the tail is. And then I think at that point it'll be just kind of mostly figured out in terms of kind of like it's just going to be a lot of detailing and rendering and stuff to kind of get to the finish line. There's definitely a lot of things where I'm like, I'm going to push and pull this. Not totally happy with it here and there. Got to put like that back foot in somewhere. I mean, I don't have to, but I think it deserves a back, fourth leg back there. Um, I'm interested in getting all the kind of like uh, detail scrawling uh, embellishment and stuff. That might be kind of like really tedious, so I might save that till the end. Some kind of stinger, almost like a scorpion. Yeah, I'm thinking that it'd be kind of interesting if it was like a scythe that looks like it can kind of extend forward. There was a suggestion for a cannon, which I think is kind of perfect too, because if it's a tactical trap, it's just kind of like like all right, I'm ready to brawl with you, and then whoop cannon, poof, that's pretty good tactics. Just lure them in and blast them. Um, yeah, I think I'll try the scythe. I've been thinking about some kind of like blade like that. It would be kind of cool looking, or even just a knight sword would be good too. Just a really kind of like uh, cartoonishly obvious knight sword or something. I guess could be good. Another shield could also be fun. Just bashes them with shields. Yeah, let's go with like a scorpion stinger kind of blade, I think. Okay. Do I have anything in my sketches for it? No, it's just kind of referencing the original, kind of grippy claw thing. So I'll turn the sketches off, take a look at the original. It's very spindly, right? Which is fun. It's more bug-like. But here I want it to be like a heavy beetle, kind of almost. Um, cool. All right. So tail. Let's do. Maybe we bring the like blue gem into this here, right? Because we have the blue gem for the eye. Seems pretty long for a stinger, right? But I like it poised between the wings. I like it kind of potentially coiled up. It could be like much more curved, which is very scorpion-like, but then I guess a scorpion stinger kind of like scoops up like that, right? I mean, not exactly like that. It's usually more stubby looking. But I don't know if that resonates as kind of like the right silhouette for a blade. So maybe it is a little more scythe hook. Yeah, I think I'll bring in this blue crystal for this actually, just to see how those play together. So let's do this instead. Really kind of like lets us see what we're working with too, because the contrast is just spiked. Looks more like a cattail. Yeah, you're right. It definitely does. Um, let's see. So something that might be useful to show here would be kind of like this mechanical layer here. So maybe it'll be like 2 of these. Or not. Maybe just 1. Yeah, I think I'll do just 1. It might feel more robust. Okay, and the idea would be there's kind of like this shell on each side of that post to kind of align this, guide it, that kind of thing. So behind this one here, there'll be another one like that. And this is what controls it kind of flying forward when it extends. This is what extends that, right? Question about, is Donald Trump tariff going to affect price of Super Brie? I don't think so, no. I do not believe that will be a direct factor, no. No. People's kind of, personal economic freedoms, certainly. But in terms of our prices, that's not going to be impacted. We're not shifting based on that. Okay. So does that make sense? This like kind of blade that's kind of tucked in. I almost kind of want to tuck it in even more. Like have this rotated to be more kind of closed up. Put this layer below here, and then the scythe below that, and do something a little more like that kind of idea. So it should feel like it's really ready to spring out. Yeah, I think that there is some kind of coiled potential look to that. Maybe if I pivot it up a bit too, that's good. Although I like it kind of showing how it's really tucked in there behind that layer. So maybe that. And then this here, if I kind of show this is where the pivot action is. It's a bean. Okay, we're just hitting 2 o'clock now, so I'm going to go on lunch and give me a chance to kind of evaluate the look of this and kind of functionality, if you will, once I return. But I do not hate it right now. I think we got something worth kind of pursuing. It's very threatening, and I think we can make it even more so. Alright, but yeah, we're just gonna go on lunch. And for those of you who are less familiar with this show, I'm gonna take an hour-long lunch break. And I'll put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm gonna return. And when I do, I'll have a nice Larry link for you to enjoy some free goodies. And we'll continue where we left off. But For your viewing pleasure, I will also put up the time-lapse on this. So you'll actually get to see parts of the creation of this that you didn't get to at the start of the, before stream when I was working on this. So let's get this positioned nicely so we can kind of enjoy where it is while we're watching where it came from. So give it a save. Gonna pop out the time lapse, put up my timer. Okay, and we're gonna set it to all because there's a lot of detail in this one. Shrink this down a bit. There we go. Alright, so I'll be back in a little less than an hour. Until then, yeah. Go enjoy the weather or do what you need to, etc. I'll see you soon. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome back. I have returned from lunch. The stream, it continues. Let me grab that Larry link. There you are. Pop that in the chat. Do enjoy. Alright, so let's just jump right back into it, shall we? So I think I like the direction of this kind of like crystal blade. Seems pretty cool. And what I was thinking could work is if it has kind of like a reinforced spine on the top, let's say. So we can use our kind of gold motif here. Probably thin it out. And this could be where trying out things like the vector layers and stuff would be useful. I don't mess around with that stuff, but could be useful if I actually experiment. Okay, so I was thinking if we kind of like create this kind of framework for this crystal blade, and it then has this kind of mechanism that extends it, and I was thinking this could actually kind of be connected to this gold. Maybe something like this. It's a pretty bad circle, but we're just blocking it in to see what we get out of it. Alright, and then make this kind of like a hinge point here. Something like this. Maybe we like add some kind of like pneumatic looking connector in here or something. Something, something, something. Okay. Cool. Alright, and actually, it'd be kind of cool if there's like spine coming off the back, maybe. Might not be the right detail for it, but let's experiment. Okay, also I want this to like align with the center of this. Okay, so now this I think looks like it can kind of like kind of flip forward, and it might help if I imply that with kind of like a pivot pin here and here to kind of show that these are rotation joints here. There's probably some like visual ideas I could use if I were a better, you know, engineer or whatever, that would help imply something like it has potential energy stored up in it. Like it's some kind of like spring-loaded mechanism concept, something like that. But this is probably fine. It's not like someone actually has to make one of these and solve this. A lot of traps are just kind of hand wavy technology, you know? If you actually tried to put it into physical space, might not work so good. But if the visuals look compelling and fun, job done. Okay, so that seems not terrible. I do feel like, okay, now that is equipped with a pretty mean looking weapon. Let's give it a little bit of texture of some kind. Give it a little more kind of crystal feeling. Let's see. Cool. All right. fairly fearsome. And much like other parts of the image, we can get a little bit of a nice light glow on that very pointed tip. Swing. Let's push that back a little bit more. Don't know if I like that gleam right there, but leave it for now, I think. Okay, so these are kind of trimmed off where I don't want them. Just extend those details a little. Again, I mentioned that after lunch is probably going to be, just very detail-oriented rendering stuff. So chances are I'm just going to be kind of dialed in focus-wise and just kind of chasing little kind of details that might take a while to build up to kind of where the final image is going to end up. But hey, if you're interested in that ride, buckle up, I guess. Oh, I also made a tool called Wire, which is very similar to my regular opaque kind of smoothed brush, but it doesn't have any pressure sensitivity to it, so whatever thickness I choose is just gonna keep that, which can be useful for this detail specifically, where I'm kind of like creating these little wire inlay details that I want to be kind of like consistently thin, and yeah, just makes that easier to produce. These flare out nicer and lower is probably what's up with this. Doesn't need to be perfect. Close enough is good enough. And perfect is the enemy of good enough as well. So, as much as a part of me absolutely is like, I gotta keep at it, I want it to be perfect, and just, it'll get there if I just keep at it. There is kind of, logical resource allocation to consider where, yes, I could make this like significantly higher resolution. I could dive right in and go over every inch of this and make it, perfect. But the amount of time it would take to like get it there versus, bringing it close enough that it's convincing to look at, but has flaws all over the place that only I would notice and kind of be aware of, there is a significant difference in kind of like effort and time spent, etc. So, it is definitely prudent to not go too crazy on detailing. Something that I've definitely kind of learned to fight my base instinct of like I really sometimes do overdo it and strive for perfection and over render things. And honestly, something that took a little while to kind of like realize properly was honestly over rendering can actually just look bad. Because I mean, illustration is kind of like you purposefully use some style choices, and often that is actually in how you kind of like omit detail and simplify elements, and just kind of really take something and break it down into like more kind of easy to read, simplified blocks, building blocks, if you will. And yeah, sometimes if you really try to just kind of make it perfect and super realistic and all that, you're actually kind of, just making it less fun to look at in a weird way. Like, I don't know if it's that necessarily, but like, you can take it too far, I find. Like, I don't think there's anything really wrong with doing hyper realism and stuff like that at all. Um, but when it comes to kind of like making sure it works visually, it's more complicated, I feel. Um, you have to maybe put in a little more work to balance all the detail. But that can just be a matter of how you compose it and all that, like not like photographers don't already do this with, real world photos. They have to kind of like understand how to make subjects legible, and they're not kind of like using stylized visuals. It's actual stuff that they're photographing and they make it work. So, yeah. Okay, how do I want to separate those elements? Maybe this has a little bit of a kind of cutout look to it. And then this, it's going to be a bit lighter, but I think I maybe just want the gold trim on it. Yeah. Might be the easiest. Actually, this should be on that layer below. There's probably a easier way to have trimmed all this, but done it this way, so I'm just going to stick with it. Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like the most effective way to have done it. Just kind of like plopped a layer on top and just traced the edges. But hey, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. There's definitely a few kind of like ways I've done things in this image that are not necessarily the ideal method. But if we get there in the end, and I'm not hampering myself too badly with some of these choices, I think it's fine. Just kind of trying to thicken up that portion of it to show, you know, the volume of that material because of the angle it's at, right? Yeah. So the idea is this skin will be one of the cosmetics you can purchase during the King's giveaway. And it will be part of a bundle of like, oh my god, honestly, I've seen the very nearly completed artwork from the other artists on the team, and they're crazy. Crazy. Really good stuff. So. I think that this part right here, I kind of want it to like make sure it's overlapping better. Just to show off kind of the structure behind this. So let's clean up some of these lines. Make it a little more, you know, machined. Now, I actually tend to purposely draw straight lines by hand and stuff, and it kind of is a little bit leaning into the MouseHunt style, where, you know, it's actually not totally perfect, crisp edges on things. But sometimes I try to get a little more of that control in here. Okay. All right. Yeah, I like that. Okay, I'm gonna get. Actually, I'll use a clipping layer for this just to make it nice and easy. Generally, not a bad way to do the trim would have been using a clipping layer, which is kind of why I mentioned like maybe I'm not using the most effective methods. This is normally how I would do something like this: is just clip it to the layer below, so that you know you only have to draw the shape of the object once. Cool. All right. Fine with that. Yeah, I think that's all right. Does look like it's kind of coiled up, ready to strike. That's good. This rod, I think maybe we do something fun with it that like makes it look a little more like it's a loaded kind of spring or something like that. So if I do a clipped layer on top and let's use a different color, give it some guts, right? Then kind of follow these ellipses and just give it a segment. Yeah. I think that's really like all it needs to just kind of be like there's something coiled and powerful, kind of like, you know, it's gonna blast off. And I don't want to overdo this like accenting gem, right? Um, and then I think I'll do just something like this. Sure. Just a little bit of, you know, detail of some kind. Mm. Cool. Good enough. Okay, I think I need like some of this plating on these wings. You know, I'm gonna clip it to them. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. I'm just literally being inefficient by not. That's not a good gold. A little better for that angle. Let's get this warmer one on the bottom. We're definitely going to go around and kind of like tune up the gold all over the place though, so. Oop. Bit thick there. And same here. Cool. Alright, so we can add a little fun wire detailing. Whoop. Let's just replicate what's above it within reason. Good enough. Thanks. So let's give this a save. I think adding a little bit of atmosphere to those back wings. Again, like we're over kind of like representing what this kind of like hazy atmosphere would probably be doing, unless it's like really dusty and kind of cloudy or whatever. But I guess that could be a layer right here. I might even clip this to it. Same idea for this layer. And I suppose a little bit on the top one too. But for the most part, I should probably have the gold here. Do a little of that. And same with this layer here. Right. So there's a little bit of like depth created from the whole kind of haze. And I might actually pull that behind the gold. No. Just have the gold really kind of punch through it though. So if we do have this really kind of misty, kind of hazy atmosphere, the bloom is a little more excusable because there's just so much particulate that this light is kind of just scattering around off of. So I don't mind kind of really overloading it up there. Just looks like there's this kind of fog in the scene a bit with like gold light. And honestly, to really push that, I'm actually tempted to do a little bit of like God fingers on it. So if we get like a nice strong yellow and we do, let's try and add glow, do something like this. Let's try a gentle brush first. Remember I ended up doing a little something like this with the that like octopus trap skin. Was it the gilded or regal? That's one of the things about the identity of these events is there's a little heavy overlap between them. The like regal being kind of more about royal stuff, but using a lot of like gold and embellishment, and then the gilding and stuff for the maps, the Relic Hunter Also using like gems and ornateness. I think it was for the Relic Hunter actually that I did the octopus one. That had the fancy beam of light kind of cascading through the water. Alright. That might be a little overboard, so I'm going to pull that back a little bit. I want it to be more subtle. But it is fun. Maybe that. Okay, so I think because we have this very strong light source off on the right side like this, we can really kind of pick out some of the kind of like details on kind of the rim side of this piece and just kind of like hit those with some extra punchy light. I'm going to lock this so I stop selecting it because that's going to get annoying real fast. And so what I might do is select that, clear everything outside of that selection, and then stop it from being a clipped layer. Because then I can add a clipped layer here. Do an add glow there. Probably not necessary to go that complicated for just a rim light. Okay, so we might as well start to look at, okay, what's going to happen when we hit this like purple metal with this kind of very warm and intense light source, right? I like a little bit of color kind of coming through. I like a little bit of texture on it as well. Okay, I feel like that's going to go pretty much white on that gold there. But because I have this kind of haze layer, it's kind of messing with my ability to get that all the way up there. So I'm just going to do that. Selectively kind of add my own highlights on the layer above and really just kind of manually kind of do that. It's a little messy the way I'm doing it, but it'll work. I don't need to go in and edit stuff too much. Okay, cool. Pretty. So similar deal here. I think I can get like a little bit of this kind of warm light glow onto it. Add glow might not be a good layer for it. Overlay could be interesting. Glow dodge might actually be the best. little hot pink, to be honest. Yeah, anodized purple metal. That's a good term to look up. Because that is kind of the vibe I want, right? Yeah, getting that. Honestly, what was it? Glow dodge? Does kind of have that look a bit. Maybe if it's more here. Yeah, honestly, I do think that is the vibe I want. Is that like anodized purple metal, basically. Nailed it. Alright, so let's give this a glow. Okay, so this one is kind of pointed away from us a little bit. And so it has more kind of like light beams that it's catching directly and reflecting at us, whereas the one on the right side of the screen currently is kind of definitely facing more directly towards us. So I'm cool with it like really kind of getting more into the shadow. Okay, and then we can have the gold kind of catch edges of light there. So let's give that an add glow. And this can be kind of what's lighting up the metal with this gold kind of light casting onto it or bouncing onto it. Something like that. And then I think all the detail behind it and behind the head, I actually think I'm going to bring in a bit of this mist kind of look. And we're going to just kind of create a little more separation between the components. Now the gold here I think can also help a little. Let's actually get it like more like pink here with a add glow. So it's like the gold is reflecting the ground below, and because it has those warm colors, it's kind of taking those in. but I want to knock it back still. I don't want it to be necessarily super bright. Okay. Let's take a look in grayscale. So the mandible here, I think if I kind of deepen that, oh, we got an autosave. Okay. Just to help kind of boost that contrast. Okay, and then this needs to get knocked back even more. Maybe just a little there, but then I think I need to carve out that edge. Okay. I think I'll darken this too. I just want some of the detail to just kind of like get masked and hidden away, lost, if you will. I want there to be some depth to this trim though, so I'm gonna come in and clean it up a little bit. I think that's all it needs there. Save this. Okay, I feel like we're getting there. The atmosphere really does kind of like produce a more legible character. What I'll do actually is I'm going to throw in the back foot, and the way I'm going to try that is actually just it's going to be full silhouette. So this can be here, and it's going to be a normal layer above that, and this is not clipped, not that color. Let's grab that. And give it a little bit of sleeve. And let's just decide where that needs to be. Kind of feel like it'd be around there. That seems fine, honestly. And then let's just give it a little bit of that cast shadow. Boom. Yep. All right, cool. So with the legs having the depth they do, the wings, I feel like the tail itself is maybe going to require a little bit of this haze as well. Okay, back foot. Let's grab this layer here. This is the tail, all in that layer. So what we'll do is we'll grab a layer above that, clip it. Let's take this kind of hazy purple and just kind of give it a little smoke screen. Just a little. Enough to kind of just show like, okay, yeah, it's got a similar effect as other parts of it. And of course, like, there's so many more little details that I do want to put in. All the like scroll gilding kind of stuff will be lovely. But let's just kind of hit the major stuff before we go hyper detailed. Because that's just going to be really fiddly. And I want to get like the overall kind of like, here's the impression of the piece, here's how it's balanced. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with where it's getting to. Okay, this, kind of want this to be just a little bit darker. Same with the layer below that. Not that one. That one. Kind of match those together. And we'll knock the gold back as well, because that is very strong. Let's go warmer with that, at least. And just get like a little bit. Something else going on here. Thanks for all the emojis I see. Okay, yeah, so there's like at least kind of like, I feel like this tucks in behind that. This metal itself as well, I'm gonna kind of do a treatment on that, where I just kind of like mute it back a little bit. I don't want to lose all that really nice kind of detail, of course, but I want it to balance. Let's see, that layer I want is this one. Gonna get that highlight kind of kicked up there. Kind of match that cylinder kind of piece. And this layer is fine for now. That one. Same thing, cylindrical edge. There it is. Okay, and we can even get a little bit of a kind of dust glow situation. Yeah. Let's try this. Right, that bloom, because, you know, there's this kind of atmosphere between you and kind of this reflected light, so it's just kind of scattering. Again, like, I'm definitely overdoing it, but it's fine to overdo it and then pull it back. So I'm gonna keep going in that direction and then pull it back where I need to. Because the more I put it in different places, the more I'm like, yep, this is definitely too much. Okay, so I want to get a little more round volume on like the legs and stuff. I'm going to just lock this layer here so I stop selecting it. Same with this one. Actually, unlock that and erase that. Cool. Okay. Let's get that anodized purple metal. Add glow. Boom. Was it add glow? I don't think it was. I think it was glow dodge. Yeah, I think it's really useful to have this haze between that front kind of shield and this leg. In fact, I actually want to push that further. I just really want that shield arm to kind of like stand alone. And I mean, this is kind of maybe not the best way to do it, but it works. And I'm okay with like the piece just feeling like there's just a lot of atmosphere going on. Save. Oof. Alright. Coming up on 3 o'clock. We're getting pretty close, I think. It's very just fiddly at this point. Yeah. Lots and lots and lots of like fun little very, 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 very specific details that I can play with. The face of the helmet and stuff, I feel like there's stuff to kind of like tune with it. It's important, so I should probably make sure I'm happy with it. You know, like one question is, does this look like it's mirroring properly? I feel like the answer is it could be cleaner. for this kind of leg and the shield in front, do you want more kind of separation between them? Lock that layer. Let's darken this down here. Okay, and then on top of that kind of pauldrony thing, maybe we get a little more light on it, but that's probably overkill compared to the rest of this. Like the back of the head here doesn't really have that going on, so maybe match these, might be alright. Okay, and honestly, I'm tempted to just huck a haze behind it, just to kind of just almost cheat it. Get a bit of the bounce light off the floor. Good enough excuse to light that up. Okay, let's see. I go here and I create, actually I'm going to put this above the front leg. That would be better. Yeah, I don't know if this is like necessary. I mean, I can definitely just use like more drop shadow to kind of really knock this back. So I'm just going to get rid of that brightness layer. Rather work directly on these. I bring the this trim closer in value to the gold behind it, or sorry, the gold closer to like the metal behind it, if I bring those values closer and closer together, they'll kind of like drop in contrast compared to the piece in front. So I'm just going to use my luminosity brush to kind of take that closer together. Same with the trim here. And here. And just kind of producing some like lost edges effectively, to just, you know, make them less important to look at. Okay, and then the back leg here, I think this one does deserve a little bit of that kind of atmosphere haze. If we're gonna make it kind of fit the rest of this piece, seems like the appropriate thing to do. It's just a nice kind of thick atmosphere wherever this is. That's all. Cool. All right. Give this a save. Let's see. Okay, at this point, I think we can kind of really start to go into this like wire detail stuff and just go around and kind of like, you know, embellish it. But first, I think I'm going to have a little bio break real quick. Refill my water and stuff. But then we can come back and get really finicky with those details. And then probably wrap up not too far off from that. But yeah, I think we're definitely in a decent spot. You know, I wasn't sure how far along we'd get and where we'd end up, but I'm liking this. I think there's lots of little finicky details. So if you're in for that, stick around. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, BRB. Okie dokie. We're back. Sorry about that. Now, question is, where do we want to put all the kind of, I don't know, filigree, gilding, whatever it is? I think I'm going to turn off that brightness layer at this point and just kind of tackle these independently. Okay. A little bit of the ground reflection in there. Okay, this environment kind of element is quite strong. Not saying it's a bad thing, just want to balance it correctly. I do like how this reads at zoomed out scales. It's a good thing. Okay, I'm going to do a layer on top. We're going to glow dodge, get this kind of anodized purple edge on it. A little bit anyways. And let's just get kind of this sky kind of reflection on it, I think. Okay, the shadow perhaps overlived on here as well. think I need a little bit of a haze on top of the back here. And so many different layers going on here. At a certain point, I'm kind of just like wanting to flatten it all. So I'm not having to jump around to a million different layers that are interacting in weird ways with other layers. Okay, I need to find that one. Cool. Alright, not so bad. Alright, I think this inner portion here, this one, I want this to be as kind of like dark as it goes, but now that there's this haze over top, it kind of can only be so dark, but just kind of the idea of it being as dark as possible with the haze over top. This, just kind of spread that in there a bit more. That's fine. Get a little bit of an edge here. Okay, the shadow is really making a mess of that. Definitely more of the, I don't like throwing a layer on top of a bunch of other layers that kind of does effects on all them below. It's just a pain in the butt. To be avoided. It's great for doing quick, like, you know, overall, I want to kind of like throw this in shadow and kind of explore this lighting condition, but more of a kind of like, you know, quick rough it out technique and then just kind of merge it into it and work from there. But there's just so many kind of like intricate pieces that are easier if they're not merged to work with. Like all the trim. If all this trim was merged into the purple, it'd be a pain to kind of like go in and do little kind of like detailed edge work, little glows, stuff like that. And I could, of course, do the thing where I'll drop into all the layers and like copy that effect layer over on top of each one, mask it. It like doubles all the layers I have to work within though, so this is acceptable. It's not my favorite, but it's a method that will work. Just gotta kind of like lock layers here and there and expect they're gonna kind of change the colors that you're working with at times. Alright, well, that's pretty much the kind of like main kind of look of it. So now let's just really get finicky with it. Alright, so get down to this layer. Let's switch to our wire tool and grab hopefully a useful gold color. Seems like this might be the standard one that I was using. And just make up some details. Now, could always do like traditional kind of scroll work. And honestly, it will look pretty good if I do. But this might be a little overboard. Yeah. I kind of want to practice doing this just because I am learning engraving, and this is a very kind of traditional engraving style. But let's not go too crazy right now. Yeah, I don't think it's working with the overall look of it to do that. So let's just space it out nicer. Just kind of repeating shapes that kind of fill up some space is kind of, I think, what would work here. Again, like this should be very muted detail. It's more about the noise that it creates to kind of generate a kind of sense of texture. Something like that. Cool. Alright, so we got those kind of like outer plates. What I think could work here would be something like this, where there's kind of like a area that is kind of like laid out for it. that. And then we have kind of like a little canvas area. I like it on the tail. I'm thinking maybe for these kind of shield arm things, maybe we have something similar here. So a little bit like that. Same thing on this side. Okay, and I'm going to just hit that with a little more light. Make it a bit more engaging. Alright, sweet. I might mess with kind of doing something around the head. But I don't know. Okay. I think I'll get a bit of this haze over the base as well, just so that like when you're equipping different gear, it's not going to look like way out of place. Yeah, I need to actually create the proper clipping situation. So I'm going to move this up here on top of the bases. Then what would be the right one? Template 2 maybe. Grab that. Go here. Other way around. Let's invert that selection. And do that. So here you can see what I was talking about much earlier about there being like this pixel kind of between. That's just the nature of how I kind of created that mask. It's not perfect. But we can just grab this and make sure to blast at least a layer of pixels. This one's a bit awkward here. Cool. All right. Now, keep that there in case I want it back. And what I'll try is just kind of brushing in a little bit of this background. Okay, so now if I turn on whatever other base, it's got a little bit of this kind of haze going over top. Might be safer if I actually don't use the mask like this. I like grab all this, put it in its own folder, call that background, and then throw this layer on top, grab whatever color I want, and then I just paint over it, right? That way I don't need to mess with that. Okay, what I think I'll try though, let's try it on the other bases we might use. Let's do a save first. Import, create file from object. Regions. Let's get School of Sorcery. Okay, that looks pretty nice. And then Draconic Depths. Cool. Yeah, I think that looks quite lovely. Let's see. Also, Prestige base. This might not be full size. Yeah, that's what I thought. There we go. Also quite lovely in here. Excellent. Maybe the printing base as well, just for good measure. Um, what folder will that be in, I wonder? Well, just because I stumbled on it, why not? Let's do this. Bacon base. Either way, I think they all kind of read nicely. Um, Even ones with like a little internal glow. So I'm content with this. So turning that off, turning that off. We do have transparency, good. And all the way to the top. Man, there's a lot of layers in this one. Set that. Great. And save. Whew. Okay. I might fiddle with it later on. Before I kind of do the final upload, but I'm pretty happy with where it got to at this point. But yeah, I've definitely been looking at it for too long. I'll get to take a nice look at it on Monday and kind of do any tweaks I might want. But for now, I'd say that's going to be a wrap. So yeah, definitely like lots and lots of details. I could just keep going on. And I am tempted to a little bit. I'm getting a little tired from the stream, as happens when I do a long stream like this. But yeah, let's close up shop for today. So yeah, today we created the Regal Knight Defender or something something, which is a King's Giveaway trap skin for the Slumbering Boulder Trap, and pretty much finished it up. I think it's like 99% there. I might just kind of like push and pull a little bit when I look at it fresh next week. Um, but yeah, pretty happy with it. I think it's pretty fun, and I'm excited to use it. Definitely kind of like little bits that are kind of just extra royal and regal feeling. I like it. But yeah, well, thank you, Murphy. I'm always happy to have people just kind of like chilling with me and kind of enjoying looking over, seeing how it's evolved. Um, where we started with, I'll try and point it out when we get to that, in case anyone's just kind of jumped to the end of this VOD or joining recently. Um, we didn't start from what this time lapse is showing. It was more it's all blocked in and it had like a grayscale background, and a little bit of shading kind of suggestion for myself. But we basically created the environment and then used that lighting structure to kind of like really adjust this piece and kind of just tuned up the atmosphere, which I really think adds a kind of like, you know, just heavenly vibe to it, if you will. It's yeah, but lots of stuff going on. I think there's more that I could and am tempted to do, but we'll see if I have the energy for that next week. But pretty happy with it. Wasn't sure, honestly, like as always, wasn't sure where it was going to end up when I started. Okay, so this is around here in the time lapse. Once all the bits have a bit of shadow on them, this is where I kind of started. So yeah, the background color, boom, that was the stream. So from there on to the end is what we did today together. So kind of rebalance some of the posing, uh, cleaned up, added googly eyes naturally, important. Uh, Kind of cleaned up some of the pose stuff, and it was a little noisy in some areas, and I didn't like kind of the shapes of things. So I worked towards trying to kind of make that read better. I think the atmosphere was a huge assist in it. Did a lot of heavy lifting in terms of just kind of like making, the final piece harmonious. And I definitely am overplaying the atmospheric effect, but I think it works. It feels like it's got a presence. There's kind of, it's a large lumbering thing where it's big enough that, you know, the the smoke, the cloud, whatever's rolling through, um, is causing it to kind of have different depth, and just glowy atmosphere between the parts, which is cool. It's a nice effect. Uh, yeah, I think I do need to knock the very most leftmost foot back just a little bit. Maybe the tail as well can be a little more atmosphere behind it because it's honestly the part that's really far away from us, so it should actually kind of be playing along with the rest of it. Um, I guess that backmost foot might be the furthest from us, but the tail is definitely a second place, so I could imagine being a little more in the clouds. So that would be a good idea. But yeah, so time lapse, bam, basically where we were today. All right, so let's actually do that real quick before I close up shop, and then that'll be it. So I'm thinking, kind of want to push this up a little bit. Okay, and then for the tail, same thing. There's just so much of this atmosphere between us and those elements. Even though there's some really fantastic detail, I do want it to kind of feel like it's in this environment. Okay, and I might play up the reflection from around just a little bit here. Just to say, hey, there is still detail back here. It's not all lost. I think also that. Sweet. Yeah, I think that's about it. I don't want the fun, cool details to really be too lost, so I just wanted that leg to just have a little more separation. I might even push it here. Cool. Yeah. And I mean, I'm really overplaying it, but I think it has a nice little effect to it, so I'm giving it a pass because the rule of cool does win. Uh, if it looks cool to do it that way, then it's totally legit. Go for it. All right. Well, you know what? I think that's it for me today on stream, and yeah, hope you all enjoyed. I'm gonna sign out. It'll most likely be Dave next week, and yeah, get hunting those eggs. Hope you're having a good time with Spring Egg Hunt. Try out the new map style. Should be pretty exciting if you want to go hunt some eggs and are just like, what egg should I get? There you go. Gives you a list. Go crack them. Um, but yeah, I hope you have a good weekend, everyone. And until next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and happy hunting. I will catch you later. Bye for now. Bye.